And good morning. It's October 8th, and welcome to Clearwater County Council meeting. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'll now call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have our agenda before us. We have an addition to the agenda. I would need a motion to amend the agenda. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor? That motion's carried. Would need a motion to add 11.3 under the closed session, under FOIP section 17 and 21, disclosure harmful to personal privacy and advice from officials and intergovernmental relations. I would need that motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor? And that motion's carried. And now I'd like a motion, if there's no further amendments, to adopt the agenda as amended. Thank you, Deputy Reeve. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on in the agenda, item 3.1, it's the regular council meeting minutes from September 24th, 2024. Are there any errors or omissions in those minutes? And if not, looking for a motion to adopt those with Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. All right. Moving on to the section in regards to public hearing 4.1 for bylaw 1203/24, road closure for a portion of road within a subdivision plan. So I will call the public hearing to order at 9:02. I'll quickly outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before we turn it over to the development officer for background, let's take a quick moment to do introductions. I'll start on my right, please.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome back, Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 Councillor, and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Morning, Rhonda Saran, Manager of Financial Services. How you doing? Good.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
And I'm Rob Dahl, I'm the landowner in regards to the application for the road closure.
So now I will ask Mr. Clark to outline the background of this application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Clearwater Council received an application to close an undeveloped portion of road within Subdivision Plan 792-2256 within Northeast 1638-7, adjacent to Plan 792-2256, Block 1, Lot 11. The road lies within Everdale Estate subdivision, known as Everdale Drive. At the time of subdivision, Everdale Estate was contained within Northeast 1638-7, with an internal subdivision road named Nelson Road, and later renamed Everdale Drive, providing access to 24 lots. Everdale Drive ended as a cul-de-sac intersecting lots 11, 12, and 13. Everdale Estate was later expanded into Northwest 1638-7 west of the 5th to accommodate additional lots. This allowed for the extension of Everdale Drive, relocating the cul-de-sac to intersect with the new lots. The applicant, Rob Dahan, is requesting that the undeveloped portion of Everdale Drive, located adjacent to his property, be closed and consolidated with his property. Should this be approved, approximately 0.314 acres of road within subdivision plan 792-2256 would be consolidated with plan 792-2256 block 1 lot 11 in order to close a portion of road within a subdivision plan. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridor requires a bylaw process to be followed. If the minister grants approval to the road closure, then a bylaw would be presented back to council for second and third readings. Should this happen, the sale, consolidation, and transfer documents will be prepared for final processing with applicant. Has council had a chance to review the policies attached with this bylaw, with this road closure? Point to note would be section 22 of the MJ road closure. No road closure in the municipality that is subject to the direction and control of the management of the municipality may be closed, except by bylaw. Point two, before giving second reading to a bylaw that would close the road, council must hold public hearing with respect to the proposed bylaw in accordance with section 216.4 after giving notice of it in accordance with section 606. No road may be closed by bylaw of the council of a municipality that is not in a city unless the bylaw is approved by the Minister of Transportation of Economic Corridor before it receives second reading. First reading to bylaw 1203/24 was granted by council on August 27, 2024. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon closure of public hearing, the bylaw information presented at public hearing will be sent to Minister of Transportation for ministerial approval. If the minister consents to bylaw 1203/24, being a bylaw to close the undeveloped portion of road within subdivision plan 792-2256 within the Northeast 1638-7 west of the 5th, as shown in Schedule A, forming part of the bylaw, it will then be presented to council for consideration for second and third reading. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask if council have any questions for the development officer at this time. Seeing none. Mr. Clark, were there any comments received from referral agencies?
Yes, there were comments received from referral agencies. This communication indicated that they have no concerns with proposed activity. Blue Mountain Power Co-op has no objections to the application. Fortis Alberta reviewed the application and indicated that there is an existing easement over the lot, but need to add additional easement over the closed road. Assessment, Clearwater County Assessment, had no concerns with the application They just added additional note, if approved, the parcel will be amended as needed as per the revised land title. Public Works Operations had no objections to the proposed application. Public Works Infrastructure has reviewed the proposed road closure application and they have no concerns. Public Works Infrastructure requested that the east driveway access be removed to leave the west approach that meets the county standards of approach to be at 90 degrees to the county road as per residential subdivision standards. Transportation and Economic Corridors, they received the proposal. They have no objection. And they added additional note, if approval and ministerial sign off from Transportation and Economic Corridors is subjected to the following: submission of a complete road closure package, confirmation that all lots have legal and physical access, fair consideration of any objections or concerns raised regarding the road closure. Altalink Management had no objections to that application as they have no facilities. Alberta Parks and Environment had no objections to the proposed road closure.
Thank you. At this time is an opportunity for the applicant to speak to the proposal and add any comments in support of your request or respond to any of the agency comments.
Sure, Adrian and I have talked about this in detail, and what's probably going to happen is the Public Works Transportation, is that the one? Public Works Infrastructure. Public Works Infrastructure, that they come out and view the property and the proposed closure. He'd mentioned about some drainage or whatever, but the original drainage, you need to see the property to see what happened. That actual little roundabout, and that's what's kind of being affected originally. The drainage went all the way around it. And so there's actually a drainage going under Everdell Drive on one side and a drainage going under Everdell Drive on the other side. Now what joins that is a culvert underneath our driveway right at the edge of our property. So he'd mentioned they were concerned about some drainage, but there's nothing that can be actually redone. The drainage is existing because it's going all the way around it. And then they mentioned about closing the east driveway because it's not at a 90-degree angle. My concern with that is if the other driveway, the west side, is used, there's an immediate 90-degree turn, two 90-degree turns right off of Everdell Drive. And through many years, that driveway has not been used since the 80s. So to maintain that driveway, and it has been for many years, the east driveway has been used because it's more of a straight driveway. So especially in the wintertime, it's a lot easier to maintain than the two 90-degree turns right off of Everdell. So my proposal was that it wouldn't take much to actually alter the beginning of that driveway to make it 90 degrees to Everdell Drive, which would basically align with their requirements that it be so, and then close the east drive or the west driveway, and that was my proposal.
If I could get administration to put the photo of the proposal up, so just for council's viewing, please. Thank you. Yeah.
So as you can see, the red is the boundary of the property in question, and there are trees that go around that circle, right where the driveway is, right there, where the trees are. There's a culvert going underneath that, and if you look, you can't really see it in this detail, but it's quite up high. It's probably a good 4 feet that it drops down all the way around, and then at the corner of the property to my right, which you can see is approximately where one culvert is going underneath Everdell Drive, and then at the other corner is another culvert going under Everdell Drive. And then, like I say, they just go around that and drain through a culvert underneath the driveway in front of our property. So that was what I was saying. And if you look, it isn't gonna take a whole lot. You can see the two 90-degree turns that I'd mentioned. It isn't gonna take a lot to make that other driveway, the one that has currently been used and has been used for many years, into a 90-degree angle.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. So now ask any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application to step forward. Seeing none, Mr. Clark, were there any written submissions in favor of this request?
No written submissions were submitted in favor of this application.
Thank you. I will now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Seeing none, Mr. Clark, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
No written submissions were received opposing the application.
Okay, thank you. So before I conclude the hearing, just if there's any last minute or last final remarks that you'd like to conclude, I just want to clarify that the preference is the driveway the furthest to that pinch point, I guess, and then create a 90 there to the road, correct? Okay. Okay. Is there any other further comments from questions from council? Seeing none, I will close this hearing and no motions will be entertained at this time at 9:16. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, they have to send to transportation. Okay, so I'm like,
I knew what you're looking for.
yeah, I'm looking for where we're gonna go for second and third reading. So anyways, okay, that's fair. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right. So moving on now to item 5.1, which is the drafts record management bylaw 1198/24. And welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Reeve, Deputy Reeve and Council. I am here this morning to present the draft records management bylaw. This draft was presented for review at the September 16th Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. And at that time, there was a resolution passed by Jennifer Malhoff that the committee recommends approval of the draft records management bylaw to council today. So would council like me to review any of the changes again this morning?
Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. If it pleases the rest of council, I'd actually just like to ask a couple of questions rather than having you review the whole bylaw, unless the rest of the team felt they needed to review it.
Go ahead.
Okay. How do you keep track of like phone numbers, like resident phone numbers?
Well, we've never, historically, the county's never acquired phone numbers, but when we did the solid waste disposal cards, on that application, there was phone numbers. So those are part of that record, but I think one of our systems, where we could get the phone numbers from, what we would call the white pages online, but other than that, if there's a phone number on that document, it will be on there. So it just depends, I guess, on the information that department has gathered.
Right. Well, and because those, sorry, if I may.
Go ahead.
Because those aren't continually updated, because you don't have to come in and renew your dump card. Is there an opportunity for us to add somewhere to get phone numbers? Because in particular with ag services, when we had this summer, one of my landowners had an issue with one of their neighbors and like animals being involved. You have to move fairly quickly. If you can't contact them, it becomes increasingly difficult. So is there an opportunity for us to start gathering phone numbers for information for situations like that?
I'm sure there is opportunity, and I could definitely work with that. I think it kind of goes a little out of my scope, maybe into Rhonda Finance.
Okay, sorry,
That's okay.
Everything else is listed on how long to keep
I know,
addresses.
I know.
How long, so I just
Like
thought
if
this
they
would.
change it.
So I thought this would be an appropriate time to ask, so I apologize that
That's
it may
okay.
not be.
Ms. Serna?
So
The county does not gather phone numbers, and we wouldn't be able to release them even if we did gather them, because it would be for the for use for the intent. So it would depend on what the intent was that we gathered that information. But it's so difficult to keep track of because you would almost need a full-time person just following up every time a phone number went out of service or a new person was on title or they changed their phone number. I think especially in this age of technology when people rely on their work phone for their main mode of communication, and some people don't even have a personal phone. So when they change jobs, they get a different work phone, a different number, and it's just been very very onerous to keep track of that, and we just have not, we don't have a place to keep that. I mean, we do have a place, there is a data field for it in the tax roll, but we just don't keep any information in there.
Is there any, yes, if you don't mind, sorry, is there any opportunity to maybe look into how onerous it would be? Because it's extremely onerous on the ag department to then have to try to track down these people when the provincial vet or weed notices or whatever desperately need to contact them. So is there an opportunity for us to find a way to keep some of that data?
Ms. Serhan?
As Christine has noted, that when people applied for their solid waste card, we do have that information current as of 2 years ago when those cards came, but it is too much work to have someone in contact with everyone in the county to try to keep their phone numbers updated. It's just frustrating because you can't get a hold of them because you don't have a phone number for them, and then you don't end up with the right information for very long. So we do have them, and if somebody doesn't change their phone number for 20 years, it'll be good, and we will use that. But if we don't have it, we're not going to go searching for it.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. Just a couple of quick observations as well. This would represent a service level increase. There would be a cost associated with that, and if Council wanted us to, we could estimate what that cost might be and what resources might be required to do that. Might be best discussed in an upcoming strategic planning meeting. And as Ms. Serhan noted, we have to identify when we're collecting that information for what purpose. So we can't take it in for one use, such as waste, and then share it under another use. People would have to be adequately informed if we're going to collect phone numbers for emergency contact information, that sort of thing. So that would be a change in process as well, and a communication strategy.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, there is an app that you can get on your phone to require phone numbers for landowners. I have no idea what the app is. My hunting partner, we were out in the middle of the bush, and I said, we need to know the landowner that is in possession of this land, because we had shot an animal and it went across the fence, and I won't go across unless I have permission. He said, no problem, looked it up, phoned the guy and said, yeah, go ahead. Like, it was a matter of 30 seconds on this app. It's some kind of hunter app. Do you know what it is?
iHunter.
Yeah. Like, in the middle of the bush, I was amazed.
And I do know in the past, in talking to the executive director for the Chamber of Commerce, where they put out that little booklet, phone book, they've said it's very onerous in regards to, they take a section and they dedicate one person to do the phone calls to ensure that those numbers are still existing. But, you know, over time, they said they just can't keep up. So they do know that. I would concur that it is an onerous just to keep up with cell numbers. So with something like that, go ahead, Christine.
Yeah, oh, I am still, okay. Just to add to, we will, like, there are reasons why we would share that information, particularly in-house. Like, you know, there are, with agriculture and the weeds and the Weed Act, there are reasons that we would definitely not withhold the phone number and share it, and we do in-house. It's just external. And then upon doing the disposal cards, there's a lot of people that don't want to share their personal information, and that's becoming more popular, and hence how we manage personal information and how careful we are as well. It's pretty serious, and they really, I'd say a good, 30% didn't want to share their email or their phone number with us. And they had that opportunity to decline it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So with that, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Just with it showing addresses, I thought now would be an appropriate time to bring it up. So I appreciate you guys going through that. But I would make the motion to grant first reading for the bylaw changes for the draft record management bylaw.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the first reading? Seeing none, all those in favor of first reading? That motion passes. Motion for second reading, Councillor Lougheed, thank you. Call the question, all those in favor? That motion's carried. Motion for unanimous consent for third, thank you, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then looking for motion for third final reading for Bylaw 1198/24, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in today. So moving on in the bylaws to item 5.2. It is the first reading for Bylaw 1207/24 for the application 20/24 to amend the land use bylaw. And looking across, being as how we have guests, maybe we'll do a quick round of introductions before we start. Start with Councillor Graham.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the Counselor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Sandy, how are you? I'm Counselor for Division 6, Brian Cermak.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Mr. Emmons.
Sorry, Rick Emmons, CAO. Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
If you wouldn't mind introducing.
Sandy McGilford.
Thank you. So with that, we will turn it over to Mr. Bisson to open up this agenda item, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Sandy and Debbie McGilvery currently hold title to the Northwest 1, 38-7 west of the 5th, containing 153.26 acres of land. Subject land is designated Agriculture District A and is located approximately 12 kilometers south of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The landowners have made application to redesignate 5.80 acres located in the northwest portion of the quarter section from Ag District to Country Residence Agriculture. The remaining 147.46 acres of the quarter would remain under the agriculture designation. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with subdivision to create separate title to the 5.8 acre CRA parcel. The proposed 5.80 CRA parcel is described as flat, heavily treed, and located just south of the existing CRA parcel that was subdivided off in 2005. Access to the proposed CRA parcel will be obtained by way of a panhandle driveway with an existing approach off Township Road 38-1 adjacent to the north edge of the proposed panhandle. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from existing approaches off Township Road 38-1 as well. The remainder of the quarter section is mainly flat, cleared farmland. There is an existing yard located in the north central portion of the quarter section. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw so that their daughter Tanya can develop the proposed acreage and live there. Tanya and her husband currently reside on the existing acreage, existing residential parcel out of the quarter. It's the applicant's intent to have their granddaughter move to the existing acreage to be able to help in the day-to-day farming operations. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the quarter section. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the landowners are present to speak to the proposal. I know council is very familiar with policy, so perhaps what I'll do is I'll go right into policy direction, and if there's any burning questions as to some policy, I'd be happy to take council's questions on that once I get done the rest of the report. Policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed lands is to allow for subdivision of an undeveloped site for estate planning purposes. There is legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section. Staff have reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with the county's MDP policy 10.2.2. So it's staff's recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1207-24 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. So I'll now open the floor for questions or comments in regards to this application for first reading or a motion. Oh, absolutely, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am very nervous as this means the world to me. It was part of my mom's family since 1947, and we moved on to it in 1986. And then I built where we are. We moved a trailer on in 1993 and have been there and built in 2005. It's just great to have the land in our family. My daughter, their granddaughter, is very active with the farming and wants to take over the farm eventually. My dad's 75, so it would be great to have them on the land to help out with the farming, and hopefully our intent is to become a 100-year family farm, so with maybe 6 generations.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you for adding to that. That's wonderful. It's a great legacy.
Thanks.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The question I had was actually regarding the panhandle. And I don't know if it's appropriate now or at a public hearing, just because typically we address the applicants at a public hearing. But if the Reeve doesn't mind, I'd love to ask, why did we choose panhandle rather than abutting the entire 5 acres up to the highway? It just creates a difficult farming situation.
An undeveloped road allowance, and where the panhandle is at the road, there is permission for an approach there.
Okay.
Like when we did the first subdivision, there was provision for an approach to come in off that road rather than, because the existing driveway is treed and narrow and hard to get into with equipment and stuff like that. So that's on our quarter where the panhandle is. And it's easier access, better access than road allowance, because the road allowance is all treed in.
No, for sure, but if the 5 acres was to be twisted and all be in between the current homestead and the acreage rather than a panhandle driveway at all, there wouldn't be this spot in between the current homestead and the panhandle driveway that could potentially create some farming difficulty in that area. Okay, it's just not as developable there? Okay. No. Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I had a very similar question. So my question is answered.
Okay. Councillor Graham?
I know for me, this is the exact situation that one of them that I would have thought of when we were doing the MDP, because family farm should stay in the family, and I think that's great that you guys are planning to do that. So I will make a motion to grab first reading.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
This panhandle, does it take up the 0.8 acres?
Yes, it does.
So that leaves 5 acres for the,
That is correct.
because panhandles are out of the acreage.
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
So a motion on the floor for first reading. Any other comments or questions in regards to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. And thank you, and we'll see you at the public hearing.
Not quite.
That is a question for the development officer, but thank you. Yeah, thank you for coming in today. All right, so moving on along, we have a delegation that will be here at 10 o'clock, so we're a little on the early side, but moving on, we can move on into the new business. So I'll move on to corporate services and item 7.1 to request for proposals for the fiber backbone construction for Rocky East route. And I'll turn that over to Director Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. What we have for you for consideration today is a recommendation coming from the Broadband Committee, the most recent meeting. The council approves a budget adjustment to increase the broadband project capital budget by just shy of $3.7 million. Increase transfers from restricted surplus by the same amount to fund this increase. In terms of background, August 12th, let me back up a little bit more. July 2nd, the Broadband Committee directed administration to issue a request for proposal for construction of fiber optic network east of Rocky Mountain House. August 12th, this RFP was issued by administration, and in addition to basic construction of a core backbone, the RFP also gave proponents the opportunity to also offer other solutions for expanded connectivity in the area. 9 submissions were received and evaluated, and October 1st, the results were presented to the Broadband Committee in a closed session. As noted in the agenda item, the successful proponent was Canadian Fibre Optics Corporation, or CFOC, and the committee chose the option offering expanded connectivity, and the following resolutions were passed after returning to open session. Firstly, motion by Councillor Lougheed that the committee directs administration to follow option 2, which was the expanded connectivity. That was outlined in the closed session. And then secondly, also motion by Councillor Lougheed that the committee recommends to council the 2024 budget is adjusted to accommodate the funding for option 2. Both of these motions were carried. The administration is requesting consideration by council of this recommendation coming from the Broadband Committee, and also recommends that the funding source be restricted surplus. Now, the specific broadband restricted surplus account is currently insufficient to cover this, and in terms of getting going and awarding this RFP and getting construction started, simply a motion indicating that the funding source is restricted surplus would be adequate for administration, and it's a choice of council if you would like to decide on a transfer from another restricted surplus account to fund this today, or defer that to a future strategic planning meeting to look at other priorities as well and do some transfers at that time.
Thank you for that. All right. So we have staff recommendation before us, and going forward, is there motions or discussions? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I'll make the first motion that council approves the increase to the broadband project capital budget by $3,699,648.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I would like to, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Thank you, Councillor Northcott. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Oh, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I thought that we have learned that we don't really need to build backbone anymore, that we can build out as we go, and that specific backbone projects are no longer required. That's why we're not doing backbone to the north anymore. It's being built out as it goes. But building specific backbone only, I thought was no longer needed.
So with, excellent question, and I agree, in regards to the question that you've asked, Deputy Reeve Meloff. Perhaps that was a discussion that when we had during our closed session in October 1st. Fortunately, you were not participating that day with a conflict. Maybe it would be an opportunity to have that conversation at a later date.
Okay.
But the committee had a wholesome discussion that day, in my opinion. Maybe the other members would. I felt we had a good conversation in that, unless some of the other members would. So if that's an opportunity for us to have that discussion at a later date, we would be happy to, I would be happy, or any of the other members that were participating be happy to fill you in on that conversation.
Okay, then I guess I'm against this today because I don't have the background in order to make a decision.
All right. So with that, if there's any other questions in regard to, or comments in regards to the first motion, I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that motion is carried. We have a second motion in that item. As outlined by administration, there's an opportunity to either decide on the restricted surplus today or to discuss that at a closed session, or sorry, at a future strategic planning committee meeting, and decide on at that particular point in time in balance of the other priorities of our budget. Sorry, go ahead, Director Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. And just for council's benefit, maybe I'll just elaborate a little bit. What's just been passed is half a budget adjustment. To complete the adjustment, what we're recommending is the council consider making a motion and passing it to identify restricted surplus as the funding source. That'll complete the budget adjustment. And then the actual funding of that restricted surplus could be decided either today or another date. But council should just complete this budget adjustment by identifying the funding source as restricted surplus as our recommendation.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Graham?
I'll make this motion as well. I'm gonna just make it from restricted surplus just because we don't have the accounts in front of us today, so I think it would be a little, we can't choose them without them, I guess. So the motion that council approves increased transfers from restricted surplus by the same amount.
Thank you for the motion. Are there any comments or questions on the motion? Deputy Reeve Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. In order for this to fully be completed, do we not need to tell you exactly where it's coming from? Because otherwise, aren't you guys just picking somewhere? Don't we have to give you a which bucket to take it from?
Director Hagan?
Ultimately, you're correct, but as for today and giving us authority to proceed with the awarding of the RFP and beginning construction, this is adequate. Before year end, absolutely, we need to sort this out for financial statement purposes and for next year's budget as well.
Okay, so this will it'll come back.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other lights, I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you. So with that, wondering if we can move on to the Office of the CEO, to item 7.2.1. The Clearwater Rocky Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee recommendations. And I believe that will go to Mr. Emmons. CO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. So this item before Council today comes out of discussions from the recent Rocky-Clearwater ICC meeting. The recommendations before council are: number one, council approves the airport fuel flowage fee policy as amended. Number two, council approves the airport hangar lease rate to $1.50 per square meter as presented. Number three, council directs administration to schedule a meeting for Town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County councillors and Village of Caroline Deputy Mayor to discuss regional priority visioning. So the background for council today: during the September 19th, 2024 Rocky-Clearwater ICC meeting, the following items were discussed. Number one, the airport fuel flowage fee policy. The ICC had a discussion on amending the current policy to include users in the policy. The past policy only applied to leaseholders, not the users. So therefore it was felt that people that were using the airport weren't contributing equitably as to the individuals that were leaseholders. This amendment was discussed at the ICC, presented and approved to be recommended to Clearwater County Council. Number two, airport fee comparison. The ICC had a discussion on amending the airport fees. The current fees are set at the rate of $1.11 per square meter. The rate has been in effect since 2013, and the recommendation to raise the fee was presented. The proposed increase to $1.50 per square meter would equate to a 36% increase for the majority of leaseholders. It was clarified in the ICC that this wouldn't be a date when this increase would come across unilaterally. It would come when the leaseholder's lease naturally expired. Then the increase would apply at that time. So it would be staged. Some people have 4 years left in their lease, others have a year. The ICC recommendation, the Rocky-Clearwater ICC approves the lease rate changes as presented and and report to the respective councillors for approval. The third item, regional tri-county vision statement discussion. The ICC had a discussion on the past regional tri-county visioning session and how to proceed. The ICC discussed the scheduling challenges and if a meeting prior to January 1st, 2025 was even possible, that the invitation would include Councillor Gibson from the Village of Caroline for consistency, as Councillor Gibson would remain a member after January 1st. Additional information is attached for the background. The ICC committee directed administration to schedule a meeting for the Town of Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County councillors, and Village of Caroline Deputy Mayor to discuss regional vision priorities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So does council have any questions or comments in regards to any of the information? And if not, looking for the staff recommendation motions. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So just so that I get it straight, the leaseholders at the airport pay a property tax, they pay a hangar lease, and they pay fuel flow. So they're nailed 3 different times at the airport in 3 different ways.
CO Ammons?
So users do have all the fees mentioned. If I could make the comparison to a mobile home park, a mobile home owner pays the taxes on the mobile home, pays lot rent on the stall they're occupying, and if they use fuel, they absolutely pay those utilities for the mobile home as well. So there is fees attached to every purpose.
Follow-up?
Yes.
With the mobile home one, I actually thought we changed that policy so that the landowner as a whole pays property taxes, not the individual mobile home. And maybe I misunderstood and maybe we did it the other way, but I thought that we changed it so the landowner as a whole pays property taxes.
Yes, Sirhan?
So currently, the mobile home park owner does fund the property taxes, like that's how we collect them. However, how he chooses to recuperate that, like he won't,
Absolutely.
yeah, he
His
won't
business
just,
model.
yeah, he won't just take that out of his pocket and say, you know, he's gonna make money and he's gonna pass that cost along to the mobile,
Through the lease of the.
through the lease of
land.
the lots. So in the end, it's still the person that owns the mobile home that will be responsible for paying that.
For sure. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I just have some concerns with some of the wording here. I don't see it on the modified, the updated policy, but from the 21 version, an airport user is described as any person or company that frequents the airport, that there's no reference to aviation as part of that, although some people do use those hangars for storage. But they would not be using any aviation fuel as part of that. Also looking at the form, it says, I hereby certify on this form that it's a true and accurate account of the fuel I have used. So that's a kind of open definition of, you know, how much is still sitting in your tank or even in your aircraft's tanks. That I think should be a little clearer, but I also feel that those leaseholders are going to find an increase of that magnitude to sting a little, to do that all at once.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. My question is just to understand the flow-through of these fees and leases. How is that income stream flowed? Is it shared with the other partner at the airport? And are the funds, I'm not going to say restricted, but placed in a fund that flows back to the airport? Just understanding if there's a segregation and accounting of these fees to redirect them back to the operation of the airport.
CO Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And if I may, the fuels for private, going back to the previous question, is reliant on an honor-based system. There is no other way, as it was explained to us in ICC, to track that. So it does hinge on the individual's integrity. As far as the other question, Councillor Lougheed, absolutely. The managing partner does put the revenue from the airport back towards the operating, so it does augment the operational cost. So we as a partner, as a co-owner, do also see that benefit.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe, or no? No?
Okay, I was just going to ask who owns the helicopters. I don't know, there's been several flying out of there this year. Mostly use the lot just south of Lot 1. Is there any lease paid on that property? So it would be just north of the forestry installation.
CO Emmons?
As Clearwater County is not managing partner over that facility, I have no way to know that. I would have to reach out to the managing partner, ask that question, and get back to you.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I have the question. The current policy, it said it was changed to users in the policy on the fuel. Is there people out there that have their own fuel tank that they fuel up their airplane or a chopper or whatever on their site and don't use our fuel.
CO Emmons?
Is that what this is about, to make it more even for everybody?
The way it's explained to the ICC members, Councillor Cermak, yes. Some people utilize the contractor that is on site, therefore there is that fuel charge administered through that. Others do bring in jerry cans or their own tidy tank even, and that fuel is unaccounted for.
And this will account for that fuel?
This is, again, based on the honor system, because there's no way to meter when an individual brings in their own tidy tank, and as pointed out by Councillor Ratcliffe, if they estimate half that tidy tank was put into the plane or a third, but it is an attempt to create more equity between the two.
So we have a big fire station out there that has their own planes and their own fuel out there. Would they have to pay this tax on their fuel that they bring in?
My understanding, and I'll look to the other ICC members, but yes, any user would be subject to the fuel charge.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just to add to that, there are some commercial users at the airport who do bring in their own fuel because of the volumes that they use. And my understanding is they immediately pay the town the 5% on that fuel when it's delivered.
Okay. So with that, we have 3 recommendations before us. And looking for motions in regards to those 3 recommendations. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. We did discuss this at length at the ICC, and while I don't agree with the airport fuel flowage in general, that's not what's being requested here. The amendment to add user is what is being requested here, so I'll make the motion to change, to accept that as an amendment, because if they are gonna have an airport fuel flowage fee, it makes sense that it be all users and not just specific ones. And perhaps we can work towards changing the way that airport fuel fees are used in general later, but for now it can be changed to user, in my opinion.
Thank you. Any comments and or questions in regards to that motion? So that would be council approves the airport fuel flowage policy 012/24 as amended. Seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. The second motion in regards to an airport hangar lease increase to $1.50 per square meter as presented. Looking for a motion. Thank you, Councillor Graham. Any discussion on that motion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I will not be voting in favor of this increase. One, I think that that's a big jump. I recognize that it has been a long time since one has been made in general, but 36% is a lot. And the biggest leaseholder is actually the tanker base. And if we're just extrapolating how much they are charged now versus how much they're going to be charged, that's a significant jump. And the tanker base protects our community. We benefit, the safety of our community benefits by having that. And in order to pay that, they're just gonna tax Albertans more. And there's only one taxpayer. So if we're increasing the fees by that exorbitant amount, 36% is huge when they're paying almost $50,000 for a lease per year. That's crazy. So I will not be voting in favor of this. This also does not create a world for development. This is not economic development. Property taxes, lease increases, that's a really hard thing to say. Fuel flowage fees, that does not create an environment to bring people to your airport and develop it more and then spread the load throughout more hangars, more aircraft, more development. This does not do that, and therefore I will not be supporting it today.
Okay, thank you. I know in part of that conversation that we were at ICC, it was pretty robust. They did give us a comparison of the tanker bases also in the area that also serve in comparison to the amount of those land lease sizes. So with that, we were presented, and it is on your council agenda, package 2, number 26. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
No, just looking at the comparable lease rates for the tanker base. The airport here is about 5 times, just almost 5 times less than the comparables that are in the package here in comparison to Slave Lake and or Wakecourt. Like they're almost at $5 and this airport's at $1.11. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Councillor Lahi?
Just for clarification, not knowing a lot of the background on this, this is an increase to the square footage or square meterage of a hangar, not the overall lease, which would include apron or whatever areas they use for parking aircraft. This is just specifically for an enclosed hangar, or am I correct in that? Because I know you mentioned $50,000 for a lease. I don't think there's a building out there that's 50,000 square or 40,000 square meters. That's huge.
That's what's listed. 48,599 is the government aviation lease.
But this is a hangar lease rate, not.
A land lease, yes.
See, that's 4 hectares or 10 acres. We don't, I'm not that familiar with the airport, but I know there's not a 10-acre building out there that we're talking about. We're talking about the average hangar I saw might be 300 square meters or less. I'm just trying to understand how obstructive this increase, although it sounds large. What would, an average hangar owner see? Would they see $200 or $300 a year increase out of this? Or is it, like you said, 36% of $50,000? That's a difference.
On page 112, it breaks down all of the different hangar leases and the changes that the new rate would change their lease to.
Or page 27 of the 34-page item, yes. It has listed there the current rate, the current lease, less GST, the suggested new rate, and then the suggested new lease rate. It's broken down there. Yeah, that's the one there. So anyways, go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify how the revenue and expenses are funded, or how this program is funded through the revenue and expenses of that program. So any revenues either through lease or the fuel flow fees are taken in, and then expenses are paid with that, and then the remainder are split 50-50 between each municipality. So if the fuel flow fees go higher, then just the overall contribution from the communities would lower if the expenses stayed the same.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was just going to comment back to Councillor Northcott's pointing out that we're significantly lower. Just because somebody else is higher doesn't mean we should match them. I think that we have the opportunity to be a destination airport and to turn it into something amazing. And this does not support the ability to do that. Not when you could go to any of the other airports in the area and potentially pay significantly less. And or just be in a better location that you might want more. The idea would be to bring more people to our airport and to show how wonderful it is. And I don't believe that this does that.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
It's just on the question that Councillor Lougheed brought up. I would expect the lease rate would be based on the lot size, and that the property tax would be based on the building. Wouldn't that be how it works, Chief Emmons?
I believe it's been identified how many square meters in that chart, correct? That's, Mr. Emmons, that's the correct chart, right, with the discussion of this item, correct? In regards to new lease and current lease? Yeah.
Councillor Ratcliffe is a leaseholder, so I would actually trust his say-so. He would know or should.
I'm not a leaseholder.
So my understanding is exactly that.
Okay.
The taxes are based on the hangar, because that's your assessed value. The lease rate is based on the property in which it sits.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for that clarification.
All right, so go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Perhaps the motion recommended by ICC is a bit misleading then, because it specifically refers to a hangar lease rate, not a property or a overall lease rate. And that, in my mind, is two different considerations. One is certainly based on the additional value placed on that property, and obviously if you have an enclosed building, there are more services that are needed to maintain that, as opposed to open bare land that I'm still not sure what is being asked by the ICC or the recommendation of the ICC here, so I can't support something, I guess, that I don't fully understand.
Thank you for the question and comment. So with that, and I am looking at the time, I'm maybe proposing, because our delegation is here, so maybe an opportunity for us to just table this item until after the delegation. So looking for a motion to table. Sorry, yep. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. So we'll just take a quick 5-minute to arrange for our delegation, and we'll be here back at quarter after. And welcome back from our break. We are in the council committee meeting for October 8th. We are now at the delegation section, of which we're running a little bit behind. And before we get started, it is the delegation from West Country Family Services Association, and we will start with introductions. So we'll start on my right, please.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Hello again, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Councillor for Division 7.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5. Welcome.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, welcome, Rick Emmons, CAO.
And I guess it's my turn. My name is Marina Kulich. I'm the Executive Director for the organization.
My name is Dan Stein, a board member for Family Services.
Thank you and welcome. And with that, we have a presentation that you've already forwarded. If you would like to just start into your presentation, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To Council and Administration, thank you for having West Country Family Service Association here today. My name is Marina, as introduced already, joined by Dan, one of our board directors. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present about what our organization does. The purpose of this presentation really is to inform Council of our different programs and their impact. We have been an organization that has been here for a while. West Country Family Service Association was incorporated in January 28th, 1980, which means this upcoming January we will be celebrating 45 years. We have started with just one program, the homemaking services, that was really to support maintenance and kind of someone post-injury or post operation, or just needing a little bit of assistance with maintenance of the home. And we have grown so much since. So we now have an umbrella of programming that is really focused towards senior-focused supports. And it is with our vision to see every senior in our community be supported to live safely with grace and dignity in the home of their choosing. We endeavor to do that with the following programs. They are home care personal services, light housekeeping and social supports. We do have a fall prevention program, which is the Lifeline program, grocery and hot lunch delivery, day program for seniors. We have transportation, and of course our seasonal Adopt a Senior program. In terms of our operational funding, our programs are built upon blended funding, with the exception of home care and the adult day support program, which are funded through Alberta Health Services. In terms of the community access transportation program, the Clearwater County Agreement covers 24% of our operational expense. Fees for service represent 35%, and of course the remainder 41% is up to us to fundraise or through donations. In terms of those subsidized rates, I just wanted to share that they are for travel within town. So this is a return trip, $10. Clearwater County or Caroline to town, it's $30. Red Deer travel turnaround, $55. And travel turnaround, again, Calgary and Edmonton, $100. In terms of the program impact for 2023, I just wanted to highlight some of those statistics and really truly the impact that we or our programs are making for the seniors in our community. That's counting Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County, including Eckville, Caroline, and Leslieville. For the Community Access Transportation Program, our volunteer drivers completed 1,132 trips, over 100,000 kilometers traveled, and over 3,216 hours put in. For the Home Support Program or Housekeeping and Social Supports, on average, our organization assists 71 clients a month. Over 13,889 kilometers are traveled by our staff, and over 3,453 field staff hours are put in. The grocery delivery program for 2023, we had 101 days of delivering groceries to the door, completed by our volunteer drivers between dialysis drop-off and pickups at no cost to the client. So we are trying to be intentional with our volunteer time as well. Those dialysis appointments do take some time. So to ensure that we are being effective and helpful to the community, the grocery delivery program was born out of that. The home care program supported by AHS, on average, we assist 159 clients a month, over 123,000 kilometers traveled in 2023, and over 50,380 HCA hours. So it is delivered by registered HCAs. Meals on Wheels program for 2023, we delivered 947 hot lunches, and we serve approximately 6 clients a month. Lifeline fall prevention, the stats shared there are specific to our organization only. So for 2023, we had 1,280 total button presses. On average, we support 74 subscribers per month, 65 help needed calls, which represent 38.5% assisted with no EMS, 16.9% EMS dispatched and transferred to hospital, 36.9% EMS dispatched, no transport to hospital, 1.5% EMS dispatched not disclosed. We had 8 auto alert falls and 25 other falls or help needed. Adopt a Senior program is our seasonal program. For 2023, we were able to deliver 57 holiday hampers before the end of the year. And the way we have that program structured, because we're so familiar with our clients already and their need, we do that not based on application, but just of our own initiative, if you will, and that is fully supported through donations. So we are very, very grateful to our community who has been generous year in and year out. Adult Day Support Program, wellness-focused programming delivered by our HCAs. It is every Thursday for Canada during the day, and it is for a maximum of 5 clients. So again, we have registered HCAs who deliver that program, kind of like a respite for the usual caregivers, and we've seen great success with that. So that's kind of the umbrella programming for West Country Family Services that helps us see our vision come to fruition and really offers wholesome support for our senior population. You will see a special focus for the community access transportation. So in this slide, I kind of go through statistics that are specific to Clearwater County. It is no surprise that Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County's transportation needs are on the rise. Without available public transportation, residents are left to kind of find who is available to provide that service to them. Clearwater County's ongoing support through the funding agreement makes a huge difference in our ability to meet that need in our community. We have seen a great amount of increase in the need. We have been providing these accessible rides since spring of 2010. We did start with 1 fleet unit. We now currently have 3 fleet units. And in terms of that need on the rise, this volunteer-driven program has seen an astounding 128% increase in use between 2020 and 2023. In terms of Clearwater County specific stats for 2023, they're outlined there. In the package provided to council, there is also a detailed sheet provided that has a further breakdown, and this data was just taken from that. 147 trips were pickups from Clearwater County. 38 individual Clearwater County clients were assisted, 32,250 kilometers traveled, and 730 hours served when driving a client from Clearwater County. 16.3% from the Clearwater County pickups trips were booked by a client who was wheelchair bound and required an accessible vehicle. Currently, West Country Family Service Association is the only organization that provides accessible rides. And as mentioned, full 2023 stats and sheet is included for council's review. So in terms of looking ahead, what does that mean for us? As the senior demographic grows and our interest in our services is on the rise, I'm truly reminded of the importance local organizations have in a community such as ours. Wraparound programming that ensures better quality of life means we worry less for our loved ones as they safely age in place, and we certainly want to keep them close to home. Having sufficient funding and supports in place means West Country Family Service Association can focus on maintaining subsidized rates, which is really important to us, and the ability to deliver those services, because if they become out of that financial reach, people will be fallen off. It's not that they don't need it, they just simply cannot handle the financial implication. Higher success rate at ensuring seniors stay connected with their existing family and community support system, so again, keeping them home. Proactive rather than reactive approach that is costly, such as inappropriate use of ambulatory transport, which ties up our first responders, or overuse of our hospital beds. Ensuring that quality of life remains optimal without compromising access to daily living supports. Staff and volunteer recruitment and retention efforts so we are better able to meet the increase in demand. And of course, exploration of different program delivery models to better serve our community, because it's always in a transition. So in closing, as one of the many organizations dedicated to making a meaningful and impact in Clearwater County, we share a vision with the Clearwater Council that emphasizes the importance of connectivity among our communities. We believe in fostering a deep appreciation for economic prosperity, enhancing quality of life, and celebrating the rich diversity of the wonderful residents. Our seniors are truly fortunate to call this beautiful region home. And it is our collective responsibility to create an environment where they feel safe and supported. Together, we can empower our seniors to age in place, allowing them to remain in the home that they cherish for as long as possible. Appreciate your time and to open for any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I will give you a kudos, because I did attend your AGM back this summer, and when you had your fact sheet with everything that you did, you made the presentation in a graphic, and I found that very helpful to understand the overall programming and services that you offer. It was very well done, and I encourage everyone to go out and look at that. I believe you have it posted on your website still, and
Social media for sure.
and social media for sure. So yeah, no, thank you for that. Looking for lights. Okay, we'll go with Councillor Ratcliffe first.
Thank you, Reeve. How many individual clients would you say you're serving in a year?
About 425.
Okay.
And that's inclusive of all of our programs.
Do you provide any mental health supports as well?
It would be more the social support. So the visit that we provide, for example, if we're going in for providing a bath or getting someone up in the morning, that connection that we create with the person would be kind of the social support. So we don't specifically focus on mental health supports as a individual program or service.
Okay, so you're dealing with mental health in a proactive manner.
Exactly.
Okay, great. I have one more.
For sure.
What do you see as demand for services? Is that growing? And is it just because of our aging population?
That's correct, Councillor Ratcliffe. So in the next 10 years, I would say we would probably see about 25% increase in seniors. And if we want them to thrive in our communities and in our region, we need to have those services in there. So our organization certainly is proactive in ensuring that we have sufficient staff and volunteers and the right programming to help them age in place.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councillor Northcott and I are on the FCSS board. I'm just trying to get an idea of how you're impacted by changes that we're seeing on that side. All right, great work. Thank you.
Councillor Cermak?
Yes. I would love to tip my hat to your volunteers and your drivers. Can you tell me how many volunteers and drivers you have over a year?
Certainly. So we have an overall 52 volunteers, and this is divided between our van program or the Community Access Transportation Program and our Meals on Wheels. Majority of those are our Meals on Wheels drivers. It's a commitment during lunch time, so it's a little bit easier for a larger demographic to meet that need. So it could be someone who has a full-time job, part-time job, whereas our Community Access Transportation Program runs from early morning to the evenings. So we typically see people who are retired or seniors themselves that volunteer their time. Currently, we have 10 dedicated volunteer drivers for that program.
That is just amazing. I hope that somehow you can salute these volunteers.
We have an annual
and
event.
appreciate them.
Absolutely. We have an annual event that we dedicate specifically to all volunteers because in addition to our drivers, we also have board members who are volunteers and they have a very pivotal and important role as well. So we love to celebrate them. It is an invitation that goes out to council, both to Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County, as well as dignitaries to attend and offer their words of affirmation and thanks.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve, and I have attended that event, and you guys do a fabulous job, and your volunteers are truly hugely impacting this community, even though they probably don't even realize how much of an impact that they have, but they truly do. I have actually some questions around home care. My opinion is always that Alberta Health Services should be doing what they've been contracted to do and what they've been requested to do. You guys are filling a gap with providing home care in this community. Do you see that will be impacted with some of the changes that are coming with Alberta Health Services? Do you have any suggestions for advocacy that us as a council can take when we are in these meetings with the health minister or the seniors and community minister, et cetera? And do you work with the mobile integrated health system that is available in order to ensure that these aren't the ambulance trips, the few that do become for your lifeline, that do become ambulance trips? Do you work with them to ensure that they don't become ambulance trips where possible?
So to answer those three questions,
Sorry.
comments, that's okay. If I get it wrong, you just correct me and remind me what the questions are. Certainly the transition and the times we're in terms of healthcare has a great impact, not just on us, but on everyone. So on those who are on the receiving side of it, as well as those who are on the providing side. Alberta Health and the changes that are coming down the pipe, I know the ministries are working really hard to make that a comprehensive approach so that they can see the client, patient, family member go through and receive the services that they specifically need. So it feels like the change that's happening is more on a wholesome overall side rather than individual approach. If it's health related, you go to this ministry or you go to this entity. If it's transportation related, you go to this ministry, you go to that entity. So certainly I am encouraged and excited to see what that could make in terms of that support for the client and see them through all sorts of needs as they safely age in place. It is a work in progress that us providers don't have an approach or we don't see into the decisions being made. Certainly we are asked to provide our input and we have done so through surveys, different community engagements. There's been different calls for groups. Of course, everything is on volunteer basis, so it depends on how large of an organization you are and how much time you have to allocate towards that type of commitment. But that doesn't mean that we can't provide this statistic, as you've seen, for their consideration, even if I can't personally be present. And so I take great pride in the statistics that we do take and reporting that we complete. And AHS has expansive way of recording every data for their consideration so that they can move forward to have that support in place that's sufficient for the needs. The ministry that I'm most in contact with is Minister Nixon's ministry for Seniors, Community and Social Services. And in my meetings and conversations with him, including our board members as well, I know that the moving forward is that holistic support of the client. So I'm excited to see what that means for us, feet on the ground, delivering those services to see what the future holds. Certainly funding is really important. Currently, there is a provincial funding that is available that is offered through the non-medical, but also social services side. So things like housekeeping, Meals on Wheels, transportation is definitely being considered for operational expenses, which is really exciting for me. In terms of the mobile integrated program, I don't know exactly of what that program does and how to connect with them. But in terms of our transportation program, because it is volunteer-based, we don't have it modeled so that we could deliver care or that ride on an immediate basis. So it's more scheduled moving forward and a long term. And so we've run into a little bit of an issue for meeting the demand, especially with Alberta Health Services and with our medical team, where we want to be of help, but they call and they need it right away, and we just don't have the capacity to meet that because our program is structured differently. So we're certainly working with them and problem solving how we can best support each other so that we can meet that demand, but this is where we're at in our program specifically for the transportation.
For sure.
Yeah,
Reeve, if you don't mind, thank you. I'm happy to take the MIH program offline with you and give you some background. But in particular, it actually brings a paramedic and all the diagnostic imaging, or not imaging, but all the diagnostic tools in order to treat and even start meds on site. An example being urinary tract infections. They can do the testing right there, start medication administration right there, and that never becomes an EMS run to the hospital or your transportation system to the hospital. So home care is using it in many other centers, and perhaps there's a way for us to connect you, and so your home care team can start using it here as well. So I'll take it offline with you, and we can maybe help connect you to the appropriate team to get that started.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Quick question. If someone wants to become a volunteer, how do they get to be a volunteer?
Welcome to reach out, of course, email, phone. We have our contact information right there, I guess on the website, not actually on the screen right there. But there's a simple application. It does cover the Meals on Wheels. It covers the grocery delivery van as well as the board. There are some requirements, of course, background checks and such, but we are looking forward to having volunteers. Right now, our need would be our board members. That's our predominant need. We did a push for van drivers, and we are now to the 10 that we have, and that's a nice number for the fleet unit number that we have. But if anybody is interested in governance and kind of the legislative aspect of overseeing a nonprofit organization and they want to learn, maybe they're not an expert, and have a heart for seniors, of course, they would most certainly be welcome to submit their application. Just reach out to us via email, info@wcfsa.com, or our phone number 403-845-2033, and we would be more than happy to have that conversation with them.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
One last question. I guess the problems our community faces are a challenge I'd like to see solved. But what would you say are the top 3 challenges you face in delivering the services you do?
I would say recruitment and retention, whether for staff or our volunteers. We're finding that the volunteer demographic more and more is dwindling. We just don't have the same uptake of people wanting to provide their time. I would almost say the trend is on par with, I would rather give you a little bit of money than my time, which is great because funding is the other challenge that we have so that it's sufficient for the needs of the communities. But if I only have money and no people to provide that service, that's also an issue. So those are our top 2. Third would be just, I guess, navigating all of the constant changes, having be privy to those conversations early on so we can prepare, and kind of that regional aspect of working together with all 3 levels of the government would certainly help us so that we can be efficient in our delivery and make it a little less difficult and hard.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham?
I would absolutely concur with all the positive comments around the room. Very impressive what you guys do, and absolutely something that's needed in our community. And kudos to you as well. You've done an excellent job presenting this, and obviously the right person is in charge of this. You're clearly very knowledgeable, so kudos to you. And I'll just make the motion that council receives the Community Access Transportation Program presentation from West Country Family Services Association for information.
Thank you for the motion. And thank you very much for coming in today, and to you, Mr. Stang, for coming in as well and introducing yourself to us. We wish you the most success going forward. So motion's on the floor to accept the information. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Very good. So now, I guess we'll look back on our agenda. And we just tabled item 7.2, the Clearwater ICC recommendations or Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee recommendations. Looking to lift that motion, or that from the, Councillor Lougheed. Thank you. To lift that item from the table is the motion. All those in favor? We're lifting the item 7.2 from the table. Okay, thank you. So that motion is carried. And I believe we left off in regards to the, I'm just going back to my item here on my computer. That was, and maybe needing some clarification in regards to sorry, I was looking for here. Yes, in regards to leaseholder hangar versus the whole property, we were looking at the second recommendation in regards to changing the fee from $1.11 a square meter to $1.50 a square meter. So, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
To this one, it says the airport hangar. We do have a pilot here in our midst that could maybe give some information. Do you think Kurt Magnus would give his expertise on this, on what this actually means? Because some are saying that it's a whole area that they take in with their plane. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking it's just the hangar. It's confusing.
Okay, CO Emmons.
I can reach out, Councillor Cermak, and see if I can get a hold of Mr. Magnus and verify.
Okay.
So with that, I do believe the motion is still on the floor. Councillor Graham had made the motion. Do we want to just, I know we need to focus on that one, or unless we want to table that motion for more information or retract that motion. Councillor Graham?
I'll withdraw the motion until we have more information and people can be more comfortable with it.
Okay. Motion's been withdrawn. Do we want any discussion? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
So the motion is withdrawn. I was just going to suggest that we should remove the word hangar in the recommendation and substitute lot.
Yes, changing the recommendation motion because their council has adopted that motion for, so.
Okay then.
Okay, Councillor Northcott?
Just back, Deputy Reeve, Mel, if you, I'd made a comment earlier about the comparable lease rates, but I didn't say that they should be matched to those rates. I was just curious really why there's such a large variance in the difference from other airports. Is really just to add a little bit of clarity. I was just wondering why there's such a large variance between the pricing on those. Not that we should match it, but just why is there such a large variance?
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you for clarifying, and I'm sorry for taking the assumption that you thought that we should be matching it then, so that was my mistake for making that assumption. I don't know that I can answer that question. I think that honestly, the town administration would probably have to answer why there's such a big gap there. I don't know that I'm equipped to answer that directly, but I do apologize for making the leap that you assumed we should be doing more than that.
Councillor Cermak?
Do I understand right that there's different rates out there at the airport for different things? Like the hangar is one thing, the use of the airstrip is another use that they pay for. Landing fees, takeout fees, storage of planes, the footage that they are allotted, the lot size. is different than just the hangar size. I understand that there's different rates for different types of planes or whatever, but I'm so confused right now, I'm not sure which way's up even. So if somebody could explain it all to me, I would sure appreciate that.
Okay, CEO Emmons.
Thank you, and maybe if I can try and assist Councillor Cermak, just got clarification back that the lease rate is based on the entire property. So whether a hangar is on that property or not, the lease rate is based on the entire property.
So what was brought forward here, airport hangar lease, isn't really right.
I believe it's a description. Again, the intent is to put a hangar on the property to house a plane. The managing partner is dealing with some people that actually the rates are cheap enough, they're using it for like commercial storage and it doesn't even have a plane in it. So they're trying to deal with those inequities as well. So yeah, the intent is for a hangar. It's an airport, but it isn't, they're not leasing the hangar.
That throws different light on it. Okay.
Councillor Lougheed, then I'll go to Deputy Mill.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I do agree with that. The actual hangar, I think it's reasonable to see an increase in that rate. It's been the same since 2013. However, the discussion in the background material there suggested that this would maybe apply to those larger leaseholders, such as the air tanker base. My understanding of that is that wasn't necessarily the same kind of lease, that it was a negotiated rate, that you put a tower up somewhere, you pay a rate. You put an air tanker base, you negotiate something. Does this 36% increase then flow through to those existing negotiated leases somehow that aren't based on a per meter? I just don't get clarity on that from what was proposed around just the airport hangar rate.
Thank you for the question. I know as far as that discussion, I know for myself, the way it was presented at the ICC meeting, and that, yes, that those rates are proposed. Yes, it's a negotiated rate with the tanker base, but at the end of the day, it flows through everyone is what I understood. So, and I could be wrong, and I have two other fellow councillors that were at that meeting, so, or, sorry, Councillor Graham, it was just Deputy Reeve Meloff, so maybe Deputy Reeve Meloff has a further explanation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Now, I am struggling a little bit because most of this conversation happened in camera, so I don't know how much I'm actually allowed to say.
No.
So, sorry, Chief Emmons, I'm struggling because, like I said, most of that conversation did happen in camera. So I can ask you, maybe you, the direct question that I asked that team, and then you can answer it again, rather than me explaining the conversation. Maybe that's a way around the fact that it was in camera. So that negotiated rate, is it based on $1.11 a square foot right now? A square meter, sorry. Going with feet.
Correct.
Thank you. So then a person could reasonably assume that it would then be based on it would be subject to the exact same increase if the current negotiated rate is the $1.11 a square meter. Then it would also be increased to that $1.50, and actually subject to potentially more than that because commercial is $2.25, non-aviation is $3. Only private aviation is actually $1.50. So if it's currently based on $1.11 a meter squared, it would potentially be going up to commercial at $2.25 or non-aviation for some of it at $3. So then it's more than 100% increase to a tanker base that serves the safety of our community on a rate that will just increase the taxes to the taxpayer of the province as a whole.
And for clarification, Deputy Reeve, I just looked, and that particular item was an open session.
Okay, thank you, because I'm trying to figure out which one was not and which one was. So thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. I think Councillor Gray might have beat me to the punch, but I'll just want to reiterate that I have absolute faith in the managing partner of this airport acting in the best interests of the community and the safety of, let me just state that out, but I am a little concerned that this particular motion really allows for across-the-board increase in negotiations and all those fees that are beneficial to all citizens, the community in general, and the safety of the public. And it takes a lot of faith to say that this motion, as written, is going to influence those negotiations on that same basis. I look that it's a little bit of a switch to say that we need to adjust a hangar airport lease rate for reasons I've heard, such as people, it's so economical that people are using them for storage, to extend that out that this is being used to take those major users of the airport and place them in a massive increase in one negotiation cycle. It's a big leap of faith to support what's written there and what I hear the end result would be, and that's why if there was a motion for that particular recommendation, I probably wouldn't be in support of it.
I guess I'm looking at that chart that we were all given, and I'm looking at the lease terms. So some of them have already been renewed lately, and so some of them have their, of course, their expiration dates, and it's starting, there's a couple next year, all the way out to 2028. So there's this particular increase doesn't happen overnight, as explained by CEO Emmons. I understand the total, this was part of the discussion, exactly what you've just outlined at the ICC meeting. And so therefore, we can make a motion and defeat it, or we can and then go back to the ICC meeting and negotiate that rate if we so choose. That's totally up to this council. Councillor Graham?
Lots of great perspective has been shared, and I see where you guys are all coming from and agree with a lot of the comments that have been made, but I guess I'll offer my perspective. When it comes to the fire services that are there, they also leave our community. So prices for maintenance, prices for everything have gone up, and that's coming out of our community purse when they're also serving other communities. So I agree, I obviously want them here. There's such a benefit to our area and also neighboring areas. So with it, you know, it's obviously an increase to everyone in the province or whatever it may be, but they're also kind of serving a lot of the province. And that also comes into the prices as a whole going up, I guess, for residents that may be using the airport or whatever it may be. It's everyone in Clearwater County that's paying for all these price increases. So to me, it's kind of logical when everything has gone up so much to have the people who are using the airport maybe pay a little more because it's coming out of the community purse. So why should someone who never goes there be paying more for the enjoyment of people who are using it? And, you know, it obviously is a wonderful asset in our community. I think we're so fortunate to have the airport, but I think it makes sense to increase it so that it's, you know, a little more onus is on the people who are actually using it. And I guess that's kind of where I'm at. It makes sense to me. Yeah, I'm not gonna make another motion though.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. All right. So do we need more discussion on this, or are we open to a motion? Do we want to table this? Do we want to, I'm looking at the will of council here, so do you want to send it back to ICC for further discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, just for, excuse me, got a frog there. Just to clarify that this is a model that's trying to figure out how to slice the pie to pay for the expenses at the airport with the revenues that come in, and however they choose to do that, whatever's left over, like there's always more expenses than there is revenues, or there historically has always been more expenses than there is revenues. So then the rest falls on the balance of the ratepayers. And just, yeah, I think I'll leave it there.
Counselor Northcott, and then I'll go to Counselor Lougheed.
If I get this correct, excuse me, even if this increase was to go ahead, it would, the rates for the Rocky Mountain House Airport here would still be less than the comparables that were presented to us, right? And yeah, that we've seen past requests for funding for lighting upgrades, terminal upgrades. Actually a good example. It's kind of a little bit of a side topic, but if you increase rates and things like that, it's kind of like the, you know, this is a few thousands of dollars. But government grants are specifically for broadband have been into the billions of dollars and tens of millions of dollars, which are grants which would increase or have the potential to increase taxes to cover those grants.
Counselor Lougheed?
Reeve Swanson. So whereas I see that our current rates are below what I see posted there, some increase is necessary. I'm also comforted by the streaming of the funds. Anything collected in this case will be streamed back to maintain or improve services or offset the costs to both municipalities, and the managing partner, of course, is responsible to make sure that's done effectively and is asking us for, through ICC, to increase those rates. So with that, although I recognize that those larger corporate or provincial entities are very important for us being successful in transfer payments for the province for maintenance, granting, if you would, for this facility, I will make the motion as per ICC recommendation that we, whatever number 2 was, however it was worded.
Okay. That would be recommendation number 2 would be that council approves the airport hangar lease increase to $1.50 per square meter as presented. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I didn't support this at ICC, and I don't support it now for many of the reasons I've already expressed. But the biggest one being that we did a shared vision of regional collaboration, and one of those was to improve economic growth by capitalizing on existing infrastructure. I don't believe that this does that. And therefore I will be not supporting it today.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
The motion itself approves only the increase for the private use. So I would think we should list all of the rates that would be changed in the motion. However, the amount to be collected here extra is only $10,000, if I understand this chart, that's the revenue would go from 81,000 to 91,000 once these rates are affected. We've probably spent a third of that discussing it. I have some doubt that the gains are going to offset the losses of making this change. So I don't think I can support this as it stands.
All right. Is there any other comments or questions before I call the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Moving on to the third recommendation in this item was that council directs administration to schedule a meeting for the town of Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County, and the Village of Caroline Deputy Mayor Councils and the Deputy Mayor Gibson to discuss regional priorities visioning. Is there Any discussion or motion, please? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I think this is an exercise that may be overdue even, and hopefully follows along with the initiative by the Chamber of Commerce. So I would make the motion as presented.
Thank you.
I can't read it all out if you need that.
All right, so the motion on the floor is that council directs administration to schedule the meeting with councils, town and county councils, village, and the village deputy mayor to discuss the regional priorities vision. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Will this be an opportunity to update that regional document that we had built, and perhaps look at the ways that we can implement some of the stuff we already said on there that we didn't implement? Is that what this, the goal of this is?
I believe that's the discussion that needs to go forward, yes.
Excellent, because it would suck if we were building another document that we just weren't going to do, that we weren't going to follow. So if we're just looking at the document we already built and trying to push some of those initiatives we already said were great through, then I can be in support. Otherwise, if we're just building a new one, I don't know if there's value in that. So that would be great.
I believe it kind of that document ended at the ICC discussion. It was never fully vetted at a council level. So I think this is just the follow-up for that document. I know we had an opportunity to all look at it, but I don't think the discussion going forward from that. So I believe that's the intent of this motion, is for the councils to have a discussion in regards to that document. There. Is there any other comments or questions? Motions on the floor by Councillor Ratcliffe. If seen none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. All right, so moving on in the agenda, we now have the CAO report, item 8.1. I'll turn it over to CO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So the October 8th CAO report, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta, the RMA Fall Convention for 2024 takes place in Edmonton on November 4th to 7th. Traditionally, council meets with various ministers, deputy ministers for in-person discussions during the convention to advocate for the interests of rural Alberta and Clearwater County. A meeting is scheduled to discuss unique challenges in the eastern slopes for rural municipalities. Attendees by 2 people per municipality is preferred, 1 elected and 1 staff. The list of invited municipalities is attached, which is the MD of Bighorn, Clearwater County, Yellowhead County, MD of Ranchland, and Crow's Nest Pass.
Thank you. I believe that discussion did generate from our RMA visit from President McLaughlin. I believe that was a follow-up from that discussion that day when they came to discuss. Okay. Is there a motion for attendance then on this, or just?
Thank you for the question. No. Responded back to the positive, said we'd be glad to participate as one of the larger municipalities along the eastern slopes.
Thank you.
The RMA Below Drill campaign. RMA has launched a new campaign called Below the Drill. This campaign will share information on financial impact of Government of Alberta policy decisions that subsidize the oil and gas industry at the expense of municipal tax revenue. The first edition of the campaign was released on September 27th and will run for 5 weeks. Each week will highlight a different GOA policy and calculate the impact on RMA members. The final week of the campaign will compile the information to share cumulative impact on these policies. After a campaign is concluded, RMA will share a report with the members that detail the cumulative impacts. As part of the campaign, RMA is asking members to consider speaking with their MLAs to help them understand the impact of these policy decisions. Below the Drill will share provincial level impacts that can be supplemented by local examples that rural RMAs MLAs need to hear. Alberta RCMP and Regional Victim Services. The Government of Alberta has created a new victim service regional model to improve stability, consistency, and sustainability of police-based victim services. Effective October 1st, 2024, the Regional Victim Servicing Society will be in full operations and serving communities across Alberta. As of this same date, Local Victim Services Unit will no longer be working alongside the Alberta RCMP to support victims of crime. The Alberta RCMP are very grateful for the long-standing partnership between RCMP and Victim Services and the impact their work has had on Albertans. Board and committee vacancies. The application intake period for vacant public member positions on boards and committees closed on October 4th. As of date of Council's regular meeting agenda, October 8th, 25 applications were received. Additional advertising may be needed for positions on the Health Professional Engagement Team, Raven Recreation Board, and Rocky Mountain House Library Board.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So would you need a motion to extend that additional advertising, or that just done internally? Okay, thank you. All right, so if there's no other questions or comments in regards to CO, looking for a motion to accept the CO report. Okay, thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on to the report 8.2 of the Fire CPO monthly report for August. Are there any questions or comments? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just a comment that in 1 month, total work hours for our fire services, just over 1,400 hours. That's amazing to expect a group of paid on-call volunteers to do, and my hat's off to them for that. And I would take the opportunity to make the motion to accept for information.
Thank you for that. Also going through the CPO report and understanding that August was a busy month too. They had 119 traffic infractions, of which the fastest speed was 177 kilometers an hour and 100 kilometer an hour zone. So I guess their wind was in their hair. So anyways, with that, the motion's on the floor to accept the monthly report from the Fire and CPO for August. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Item 8.3 is the challenges facing FCSS September 2024 summary. I believe this came directly from the Alberta Association, like I went from, so great information there again too. Is there any comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
This report highlights the issues that all FCSS organizations are facing in trying to meet their service mandate, and how those demands are rapidly increasing. So I think it's important for our elected officials to see this, but I will make the motion to accept it as information.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Any other questions or comments? No, call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Excellent. Now moving on to item 8.4, it's the councillor verbal reports. So I'll go start with Division 2.
All right, I have a few things that were happened before the last meeting, just because I was obviously at a course that day, so I apologize that I wasn't here, and I'm sure that was really difficult for you guys to not have me here. So we had a Rocky Community Learning Center meeting. Obviously, we have gained a wonderful employee here at the county, so things have changed there a little bit. So we went through and made some changes there to make that happen. The Public Advisory Committee Land Use Bylaw meeting, that's why I was unable to attend the ICC meeting with the town. It went quite well. I would say once again, the the consensus in both of the meetings with council and the public advisory were quite similar, so that's always a positive and reassuring thing. I had my drop-in session and I had people, so that was cool. It's always good, and they're always very appreciative of those opportunities to come in and discuss topics. My education, my EOEP course, it was the public engagement one, and it was wonderful. I would recommend it if you haven't already attended that. A couple of things from it is, one thing that they touched on is that if you're an expert in a field, when you are sitting in these seats, you're not that expert. So you are not supposed to be commenting on your expertise in whatever it may be, because that's not your job. We have people who are hired to do that, and it can cause a lot of confusion among public especially. And a kind of funny thing, we were talking about how you go to the grocery store, you're just kind of always working as a counselor, and you'll go to the grocery store and people will talk to you. So one lady recommended that when you go to the grocery store, immediately go get ice cream, put it in your cart, and then you have to go because your ice cream is melting, and so you have to get home. So that was pretty funny and quite clever. We had a library board meeting. Obviously budget was discussed there, so it'll be ready to go to the prospective councils. And tomorrow is Showcase Cinemas. Thelma is the movie being presented, and something a little different this year is we're utilizing stamp cards. So go to 7 movies and get your 8th for free. So that's a great, you get to go enjoy a movie, support a local business, and also support the library, so that's great. We had a broadband meeting. We had a Heritage Grant Advisory Board meeting with Councillor Lougheed, and we went to Nordeg for this meeting because there's been some changes that'll be coming to council proposed for this board. It was a great meeting. We had really good turnout for applications for the grants, which was really nice to see, some really interesting ones. So it was very lengthy discussion and a great meeting. And then we had CRMA. Obviously, I think all of us attended or were virtually attended. So that was also a good meeting. Beautiful facility that they have in, I don't even, Rocky-View, I don't even remember which one we went to. They have a beautiful facility there. It was very well put together. There are some good resolutions coming forward, as we all saw, and I look forward to those going to RMA. And that concludes my council report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham?
Many, but it sounds like they're coming back to us, so I'll wait.
Got to leave you hanging a little bit.
I guess.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Great, thank you, Reeve Swanson. I'll just start by saying on the 30th, I did get a chance to, this was Truth and Reconciliation Day, so I did get a chance to see the Bones of Crows movie again. So it's one of those ones that's hard to get through without a bit of a tear, but it brings home some of the issues that come to light from that day. Again, the next day there was the Broadband Committee, a meeting, and I think there was good information there and a positive outlook to the future of the investment of that infrastructure within our community and how it will take us toward our vision of having a safer, more inclusive, and more economically prosperous community as well. And again, I would say the drive out to Nordeg for the Heritage Grant Advisory Committee was a beautiful drive. Our West Country is so beautiful at this time of year. And it was great to see the full number of applicants being supported in their projects, in getting some of that money out and working for our community to really honor our heritage and what got us to this place. So I think that was great. Next day was a nice trip again with a wonderful driver out to Rocky-View County. I think it was refreshing to see what having confidence in your community, the future of your community can do. A very impressive facility and very impressive region, prosperous, and I think it just highlights how those strategic investments can make the future happen even faster. So I think that was refreshing for me. And then I think that brings us to today, and that's it for me.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Are we allowed to know the heritage applications that you guys selected, or is that something we get to find out later? Are we allowed to know?
I thought they were confidential, but I'm not certain of that, so I'm gonna hesitantly not share unless Councillor Lougheed has a different perspective, maybe an offline conversation.
Perspective of numerous things. I think they would all be impactful either through organizations or through even individuals. And I think some of the discussion was having maybe a granting stream for individuals with, quite often we look at these and look at it as a community effort or a group of individuals or an organizational effort. There was an application or two that were related to more a personal effort to improve the heritage or really putting those record keeping or involving the community to submit. And I think those projects maybe need a stream as well. So I think that was one of the discussions that was had there. I think I can certainly share that was important, that maybe we need to find a stream for those kind of applications as well.
Okay. Concurred. There you go. Okay, thank you. All right, moving on, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. It was a very busy couple of weeks, but some of it was with different hats. It wasn't with my council hat. But either way, I would like to take the opportunity to point some of that out. I was able to be a part of the Premier's visit while she was here, and made sure that I took that opportunity to discuss how amazing our community is, and this particular constituency in general. She suggested that we bring the agricultural minister out for a town hall as well, just with some of the questions being around ag, and hopefully we can take her up on that and have RJ out for a visit as well. I then went to SAR All Teams Weekend with Rocky Search and Rescue, and got to see some of the amazing work that they do. And this year they put in 81,000 man hours. That's crazy to me that they're doing that. But in general, Search and Rescue is getting a lot of traction. And again, it's an entirely volunteer-run organization across this province. And they are now partially, minimally funded by the province, but predominantly they are funded by either municipalities like ours, and that is extremely rare. There's very few search and rescue teams that are funded with municipal dollars, and otherwise it's predominantly volunteer contributions or corporate donations. So if you get the opportunity to help fundraise for your local SAR team, make sure you take it, because there's a huge group of volunteers that work very hard to help the community. North Saskatchewan watershed, we had our in-person meeting, and back to volunteer time. They ended up this year with $670,000 worth of in-kind time-based volunteer hours. They try to put a dollar value to it so it can help with granting, etc. And that is also just staggering, the numbers that go with that, because that's a lot of volunteer hours. We also we reviewed the Water for Life work that they do there, because that will be up for renewal in 2027, and we need to start advocating for the different changes that we'd like to see potentially in the Water for Life, which is currently non-regulatory and non-binding. So we need to look at ways to maybe change some of that and protect our watershed in an even more approachable manner. They went over their summer intern program while we were there, and the different lake sampling that they did within the watershed. And they did 17, the summer program did 17 events and directly engaged with 1,600 people, which is pretty cool. And I have a big write-up on everything else NSWA is doing if you would like that write-up. I also have comics to hand out if you guys are interested in those comics. While we were there, we also toured the Pembina Pipeline Operations Center and talked to them about how they are protecting our waterways throughout their entire pipeline network. And holy man, it is like walking into a 911 operations center. Like, they have multiple stations, like this station with 12 monitors is for Drayton Valley. This station with 12 monitors is for the United States down in Chicago. This station with 12 monitors is for this. And they can literally manipulate the flow of all of their products from their station, shut it down the minute that there's a leak detection. Certain leak detections are within 5 minutes. Some are a little bit longer. It is an amazing operation that they're running. There's a reason they're as efficient as they are, and I was very impressed. Also went to CRMA with the team, and absolutely that facility is, wow, it is beautiful. And I actually took the opportunity to ask one of the counselors how their community took building a more efficient facility that is all-encompassing. And he took the opportunity to let me know that they were very receptive, in particular because their previous facility was in another municipality. So their community was extremely receptive to removing their operations, facilities, fleet maintenance, and fire services out of the city of Calgary and into Rocky View County so that they can better serve Rocky View residents. I found that a very good discussion to have with him. Again, as discussed, we looked at several resolutions, one around healthcare, another around FCSS, another one around water, and another one around the upcoming federal and municipal elections. And had a presentation from Brownlee on renewable energy development and the work that we as municipalities do with them, and very fascinating. I found it very valuable, and I hope that we can use it when we're looking at updating, or when the draft of our renewable energy bylaw comes back to us, and we can try to incorporate some of the stuff we learned there that day. Thank you. Sorry for going on, and I condensed that, I swear.
Councillor Radcliffe, do you have a question?
Yes, could you, Deputy Reeve, could you clarify, you mentioned the search and rescue and 81,000 volunteer hours. Was that across the province for a year?
Across the province for this last fiscal year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
I also wanted to, you were describing the control center at Pembina and how much emphasis the industry places on preventing leaks and preventing environmental damage. You know, it kind of diminishes the hue and cry that we often get for a pipeline and the potential environmental impact, that the companies do put a lot of investment into preventing that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Radcliffe. I would argue that the way that Pembina is doing their program, it's actually probably significantly safer than any other way of moving that vital product. Any number of those, like, because they have several products in several lines. I should have wrote down how many kilometers, because they told us how many kilometers of line, but all of Pembina's, all of their assets are managed from that control center. And it was fascinating, but they do put extra emphasis around waterways. This was obviously a North Saskatchewan River meeting, so they explained to us the different stop gaps and the different detection systems that they have, particularly around sensitive waterways or extra development zones, like if it's a huge residential area, or if they're near a school or something that's going to have a bigger impact. They put extra stop gaps in the lines that they can shut down right from that control center. So it's super cool and very, very vital and way safer than, in my opinion, than any other form of transporting that product.
Thank you. All right, moving on to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, I don't have a lot to report. I did attend the broadband meeting and the CRMA meeting virtually for the CRMA. And then aside from that, I had a Caroline Library meeting last night. So we reviewed some policies and some of the granting opportunities to further educate one of the managers there. And they had a fairly successful yard sale this summer. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Moving on then, Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I've been busy, but my list is small. I did attend the Nordic Community Association meeting a week ago, Saturday evening. I must agree with Councillor Lougheed that it was a beautiful and refreshing drive out. Of course, it was dark on the way back. The only real issue of note that came out of that meeting is another request for a speed reduction at the entrance to the Nordegg town site. Especially in the summer and the long weekend, the traffic and the range of speeds going by there are frightening. And I have discussed this with Chief Emmons as well, so we'll try again. I attended the CRMA meeting with the rest of council. Yes, there was a nice facility to see, although they have a lot of industry around them to help support that. Yesterday was another FCSS meeting. There were 2 more proposals received that were approved for funding, which pretty much takes the funding for the year. Some of the comments or discussion are around downloading from the province onto FCSS, one of them being that the mental health facilities that the province provides here are simply way overloaded. And so there are other agencies that are supported by FCSS are trying to step in and fill some of that gap. And part of that gap is also housing, finding affordable housing for people. This would probably be a next year issue, but updating the needs assessment is kind of old, and finding a balance of cost benefit. So that's something to look at in the next year's budget. And also a comment that the local homeless population is growing quite quickly, that there are new faces appearing amongst the homeless group. So again, those are more community issues that are underserved. And that is my report.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none. Moving on to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. I attended most of the things that all the rest of the council attended, so I won't go into it too much. I was blown away at Rocky View by their facility there. Just shows you what can be done when everybody's in the same building and how seamless it seemed to go. And they had lots of facility there to store their equipment and maintenance and all of that. It was just really impressive. And I won't go into any of the other ones other than I attended the Alberta Munis in Red Deer on, I think that was on the 25th or something of September. And I went to a session there that just kind of blew my mind. It was improving your way to municipal success. And it was kind of an improv. We were a very loud room. We were told that after we got out of the session, there was about 60 of us in there, and it was really loud. And it was for people to say yes more to what's going on in the municipal affair. It's easier to say no. It's a little more work to say yes. And it was just pretty enlightening that if you say yes, that mindset of the people you're talking to just changes completely. If you say no first, everybody gets offensive, but if you say yes, they're more open to you. Another thing they said, there was 3 things that they brought up, and one was saying yes more often, and then the second was listening. And that really blew my mind. There's 3 parts to that they went into. Your eyes take in about 75% of your information that you receive mind-wise. It's mostly all visual. And then second is your ears, naturally, takes in some. But the third one is your heart. You gotta think a little bit with your heart once in a while to make success. And then the third is be positive, that you actually do care. this was a real improv. And I think that any organization could get this atomic improv people there, and it would change the whole attitude of so many committees. I think it would be worth the dollars to have them come here and do our council and part of the administration, just to get that different mindset. Okay, that's enough of me. I was really impressed with it. And the other thing that I was impressed with was with the AB munis. It's the urban area of Alberta. Their thoughts are so much like the rural. They want pretty much the same thing as we want. They just need more money to do it. But boy, their thoughts are the same. They voted against some stuff there that they brought up resolutions, and they voted against it. And, you know, it was really good to see. I was amazed that urban and rural, we probably think alike 65% of the time. The other 35%, rural is right, but
Just saying, right?
maybe I'm being a little biased here.
No.
And the other thing I want to talk about is the West stakeholders meeting I was at on October 3rd. We had a report from the Farmers Advocate on the solar system, renewable energy. And the Alberta government has put out that now decommissioning of any of those, there has to be money set aside, and it can be set aside with the government or with the landowner. The Alberta government has came out and said they will not take the right away from the landowner to say what is happening on his land. So that's why they have given them the right to take over. If they want to decommission, they could say how much they need, or the people that are doing it have to give them a price on what it's going to cost to decommission what they're doing on their land. And then that money has to be set aside. And that decommission stays with the land. Even if the landowner changes, that has to change with the landowner. Which I think the Alberta government or PC party, sometimes I don't agree with the way they're thinking, but I like what they're doing here. I think it's great. And one other thing, we had a tour last year of the Leslieville Lagoon, and at the meeting I was at, well, I had 3 or 4 of the people that were at the tour said, can we get a yearly report on how the lagoon is operating and how this new system is working? Is there any possible chance that we could have that report maybe given, if it's possible? And just before we get into that, I am not going to be able to attend the November 7th because we're all in Edmonton at the Muni. And it's so important if we could have somebody from the county go, because Paramount has their water resource guru coming to present on water and what they're doing to save water in all the areas that they're working in. If we could have somebody go to that, and because I can't make it and we're all in Edmonton, so if somebody could go there, I think the information's going to be awesome. And December 5th, I can't make it either. I'm on holidays in Mexico on that day. But that tour on Leslieville, they're really interested in seeing what that new approach that we've done there in Leslieville. And if they could get a report on it, Rick said he would send it out and he could address it, or we could take it there if somebody's going on the 7th or the 5th. We could present that.
So
and that's my report.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak, COMs?
Thank you, and if I may, Councillor Cermak, when you're running into these individuals that are expressing interest, please encourage them to reach out to Public Works staff, Kurt Magnus, and gladly share what information we have and even give them some verbal background as to the operational time and effort it takes and, you know, give them the things that aren't in a report as well.
Yeah, David, Rick and the people there at the West Fraser said it'd be nice to have the whole group, because there's about 30 of us that sit around the West Fraser there, and we say what's happening the last month in the meeting, kind of like a report like we're doing right now. And that they would like to know how that new process is working. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
So just for clarity, that was the West Central stakeholders.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Thank you for your report. So on my report, oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve Neloff, you had a question?
Yeah, yes, please. Thank you, Reeve. We do have ag board members that are appointed to go to West stakeholders. Perhaps because you are going to be missing that, we can request that they do up a report to bring it, because we are a seconder on a motion regarding water, so maybe that would act like on a resolution to RMA regarding water, so there probably would be value in having some of that feedback back, so maybe that's something that we can ask from them. And secondly, you said December 5th you're not available. Is there an alternate on that board, or would you like one of us to attend on, like?
I think there is an alternate on that board, I can't.
Isn't it
Is it Jordan?
I believe we're going to be going through our
Oh, by
organizational
then,
meeting
yeah.
on the 22nd,
Yeah.
so it'll be opportunity to.
It could be different.
It could be different.
Yep.
Yeah,
Never mind. I was gonna offer, because I happen to be available, I was gonna offer to go in your stead if the alternate was unavailable, so. But never mind, you never know.
Yeah, it's just that I would really like to know more about what Paramount is doing. Everybody here around, I think, knows that they get the water from the Rocky Lagoon. They use it for fracking and stuff.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Councillor
Just
Lougheed.
further to what Councillor Cermak said, is there an opportunity from time to time? We've had those large investors in our community, such as Paramount, come forward and give a little report about some of their projects, and maybe they would be willing to do a short presentation to council at some point in time too, to share that same kind of information and some of their plans. I think it's important when we benefit from the machinery equipment type taxation or linear taxation that is key to our service level here in Clearwater County. It'd be nice to have those folks come and emphasize their benefit to the community as well. So.
I would agree. I might make, I'm just trying to remember, usually in the spring we get multiple companies that come and do presentations in regards to year-end updates and things like that. So, but you're right, that would be a great invitation for them to come. Perfect. So I guess I've been to multiple events as a council, or multiple meetings with you all. So like Councillor Cermak, I won't reiterate that. I too was attending AB Munis with Councillor Cermak. He was in the rowdy room. I will testify because I was on the other side of that wall, wishing I was on the other side of that. So they were very loud to the point where, yeah, people were on. The session that I was in that wasn't rowdy was called Building Housing to Support Communities and Improve Affordability. The CEO of Build Alberta was there presenting. Village of Sterling was presenting. A modular housing company called Jandel Homes was presenting. And of course, the Value of Standards CA. The CA group. Canadian group. What is that when you get the stamp there? CA approved. He's the Canadian guy. Anyway, what was most interesting to me in that session was the Village of Sterling. When they were first incorporated, they became a National Historic Site in 1989. They are a square mile. They have a population of 1,243. There's 880 dwellings. and 74% of that is family. And the lots are in 10-acre plots, which are then subdivided into 2.5-acre plots. And
population?
1,243.
In a square mile?
In a square mile. And they have, for example, they have somebody that owns a 10-acre plot that has horses in there, or cattle, or whatever else, because that's the way it was zoned. And yeah, it's a very interesting little municipality to look up. It's just outside of Lethbridge, and they talked about the fact that they were buying lots back, because back in the day, if you had an undeveloped, or sorry, they had to change the zoning and changing the taxation because lots weren't getting developed. And so therefore the town said, fine, we'll have an undeveloped tax. And that increased, and people that were been hanging on to these undeveloped lots for 30 and 35 years, that bought them at $3,000, turned them back in, they were resold, and they were developed. They say within a week, 7 of them were bought, and in came more residential housing and increased us that way. So they are very desirable. It's nice to hear. It was very good. The Jandale Homes is actually thriving. They're saying it is a, they range in square footage that they make everything, of course, under a roof, between 500 and 3,000. They are affordability from 100,000 to 600,000, because of course it's all customizable. And they follow 675 municipal bylaws, because that's how they have to create this in their factory in order to follow every individual municipal bylaws when they're bringing in these homes. So that was very interesting. The following session was by the Rural Development Network. They were showcasing their guide called Enabling Housing Choice. It's broken down in modules. Councillor Cermak and I paced the trade show looking for this darn guide and realized afterwards it is only available online. So you can go and read individual modules. It was very good. As indicated, very good as far as you know, networking opportunities. The evenings were very good. Councillor Cermak got to schmooze a little bit with some of the ministers too, as we did, because they all come out to the, unfortunately, we didn't attend the town hall as Deputy Mayor, our Deputy Reeve Melhoff has. We were at actually the Ministerial Affairs reception like we do at the RMA, but it was at the urban municipalities, so it was lots of MLAs to network with and chat with. And thank you for that. Thank you for raising that with the Premier of how great our municipality is. The concluding entertainer was Colin Mockery from, whose line is it anyways? Him and his wife. So yes, there was some good belly laughs, and it was very appropriate the way he facilitated and ended that. And again, we went to Rocky-View. I will say my last one was actually last night. I went to the Compassionate Care Society, Hospice Society AGM last evening. I do have a sheet that I will pass around. It's kind of like their year stats. They go from October 1st to September 30th. They have increased their donations and had received increased donations and have done 17 fundraisers. They have started a pop-up thrift shop right next door that's open Thursday to Friday. It's being well received, and along with that, they are working hard as a volunteer group and board, and look out for their fundraisers at the end of the month, and that will be their Halloween bash and their chili cook-off, so on October 26th. So it was very interesting to learn that way. So other than that, that concludes the reports, the verbal reports. Looking for a motion to accept for information. Okay, thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. All right, so with that, we have the correspondence section. There's 3 items in the correspondence section, sorry. There's a couple of thank yous from Black Lung Marathon and the Cowboy Music and Poetry Gathering, along with a letter from Minister McIver in regards to the federal carbon tax. If there's no questions or comments in regards to those 3 items, could I have a motion to accept the correspondence for information? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I did see that you sent the letter to administration to have them do the digging on that. I'm curious if they required a motion from us for them to respond back to that, or are they good to just respond to McIver's request?
Probably a motion would be clear, Deputy Reeve, if you don't mind.
Okay, I would happily make that motion that we request that administration work with the Minister of Municipal Affairs on the information he needs for the federal carbon tax and how it impacts our municipality.
All right. Any other questions in regards to the motion? I'll see none. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you.
And I'll follow that up with accepting the rest of correspondence for information.
Okay. All those in favor for accepting the rest of the correspondence for information? That motion's carried.
Little delayed.
Awesome. There you go, there you go. See no notice of motions, we are, next section is closed session, but I believe we can have our break now. We'll start, maybe have our lunch and then return back and start our closed session. So I would say in about 40 minutes, we can start back around 12:30, 12 in that timeline. and welcome back. We just come back from our lunch, and we are now in the item 11 for closed session of our council meeting. I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Okay, thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Graham, those, all in favor? And we have to have a motion also to go past 4:30, so we'll do that for motion first. Okay. Ready to roll? Okay. Welcome back from our closed session. And we have some motions coming out of this closed session. So I'll go to the first one, and Councillor Cermak.
I will make a motion that we go past 4:30.
Motion to go past 4:30. All those in favor? That motion's carried. We have a motion in regards to item 11.1. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. That we direct administration to adjust the salary of the CAO to the 65th percentile to match the rest of Clearwater County staff effective October 8th, 2024.
Thank you. Any other further comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. In regards to item 11.2, we have some motions coming out of that. So we have one in regards to the first item. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I would like to make a motion that we direct administration to add the North Saskatchewan River Park to the next Rocky Mountain House Clearwater County Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee meeting agenda.
Thank you. Any comments, questions on that item or motion? See none. All those in favor? And that is carried. Further to item 3 on that motion, I will go to the Deputy Reeve or somebody in regards to the medical clinic. Make that motion. Like I said, we'll make that motion that council approves the sale of the medical clinic at the appraised value with the first right of refusal to the doctors. Any other questions or comments on that motion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I will be voting against this today. I believe in the value of the town and county's partnership on the medical clinic, despite that it is public that there is another medical clinic being built. I believe in our partnership in that and the benefit to the community and the healthcare system as a whole. So I'll be voting against that today.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Northcott?
Just on that comment, there's a new building being built, so that would be a benefit to the community as well, right?
Yeah, I did say that in.
Perfect. I just want to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Also have a further motion coming out of that agenda item in regards to FCSS. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
That we request that FCSS Executive Director and Manager be extended an invite to present to Council on an update to FCSS challenges to support our RMA resolutions and continued advocacy.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. And then the final motion on the added discussion item of 11.3, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
The council tables item 11.3 discussion to the October 22nd, 2024 regular council meeting pending receipt of information from the respondent.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. Seeing no other items on this agenda, looking for number 12, adjournment. Thank you, Councillor Northcott. Makes motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Thank you very much.